Alright, am I live? Yes, I am. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. Is the volume at the level I want it? Yes. Good. Good. Alright, Alder Bernhardt, Kiwi, you are first to the fray. Welcome, gentlemen. Excuse me. I took some Dayquil, so I should be good. Hopefully. Preferably. Fingers crossed. Gerald Silence, welcome to the stream. Howdy, how you doing, my friend? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Howdy, howdy. Hey, Gabriel, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Asmogan caught up to the game so I could finally join you on your journey. Awesome. We'll be happy to have you. Orlith, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Man. Hopefully that Dayquil lasts a while. It's supposed to, but I don't know. Lightning Lunatic, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. What is today, actually? Is it Sunday, right? Yeah, it's Sunday. Okay. I can never tell anymore. Like, I get up, and I'm like, alright, what time is it? It's sometime. I'll get it later. I'll figure it out. Pegs the like button with unmend to get plunged to come off cooldown faster. I wasn't sure where that one was going. The first word I read was pegs. I'm like, pass the time. I was just watching Ghost Stories while playing Judgment. Ghost Stories while playing Judgment. I don't know if I know the game Judgment. Interesting. Judgment. It's a very poignant name. I cast judgment upon thee. Alright, so the goal today is to get through the rest of Elpis. I have no idea where we are in the greater story. Like, I don't know. I was told that the level is a good indicator. And we're at 86, so we're in the latter half. As far as I can tell. I'm just not sure, like, overarchingly, like, how many quests are left in the overall narrative. So I don't know, if we were close enough to the end, I would try and stream most of the rest of the day and see if we could just finish up Endwalker. But again, not knowing where we are in the grand scheme, I'm just gonna push it my standard amount, assuming that we have a lot more than just 6 or 7 hours worth of content left to do. About halfway. Endgame starts around 89. Endgame as in the activities, or endgame as in the end game of Endwalker? Halfway-ish. In the immortal words of George Takei. Oh my. Oh my. Yakuza series spinoff. Okay. I haven't played Yakuza either, so that would explain my my lack of unfamiliarity with the name. Final area at 89. Really? A level? The final area is unlocked a level before max? The last quest by itself is 3 hours. Damn. Zolthi, welcome. FYIW. FWIW. Fwit that. I think I saw another streamer with a 19-hour video starting around where you are now. Yeah, I can't do it. That must have been on Twitch, because YouTube, you're not allowed to do more than 11 hours and 59 minutes of a stream. You're not allowed to go over that. And I found that out the hard way during Shadowbringers. Not Shadowbringers. Yeah, Shadowbringers. Yeah. Sometimes Shadowbringers and Shadowlands get mixed up in my brain, and that's not something you want to make for a mistake. So, for a second there, I doubted myself. I'm like, wait a minute. No, yeah, Shadowbringers. Brain. But yeah, I can't do more than 11-hour stream. Learned that the hard way. Went for 14-hour stream. We went for 14 goddamn hours, and I ended the stream, and the whole last 2 hours of the stream is gone forever because YouTube. Literally, the only way you'd find out that YouTube had a 12-hour limit on their streams is if you knew to look it up. Like, you have to specifically look up that particular thing. They don't explain it anywhere. So you find out the hard way about that mistake. You can equip your AF gear at 89 too. Okay. You also get your full job gear at 89, one level earlier than usual, so you can look spiffy going into the final stretch. Awesome. As I wasn't here to see it, what did you think about the Zodiac fight? It was a hell of a ride for me. The Zodiac fight, it was... The fight itself, I didn't really think much about. It had interesting mechanics, but nothing too wild. It was a solid fight. But as for... I mean, most of my thoughts were more around, like, holy fuck, we're already doing this, we're doing this now, we're already doing this, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? That was more that was going through my mind more than, oh my god, I want to really carefully pay attention to the mechanics and think about how much I like or dislike it. So, my thoughts were less around the fight itself and more around the, this is happening now, question mark? You just got a hamster. Nice. I'm trying to think of the FF name for it. It's female. Moon Brita. Solid name. Or, hold on. It's Moon Brita. I mean, you can pick any of the main titular female characters, but if you're looking for a name that's not attached to them, you can look up, well, what about Flamen? Or Flamine? Hello, little Flamine. I never had a hamster, but I had a friend who had a hamster, and he was a fat little bastard. Rants going hand. I wouldn't call that a rant. It was very brief. My rants go for a while. Speaking of hamsters. Hey, 13 Blades, welcome to the stream. How you doing? How you doing? Happy Sunday. Oh, also Happy New Year to everybody. I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday. The thing is, I didn't stream yesterday because I was asleep the whole day. I went to bed on New Year's around 2 a.m. Not too different from my normal sleep schedule. It was actually a little earlier than I usually go to bed. And I woke up yesterday at like 5 or 6 p.m. Like, I woke up when the day was already wrapping up. I was like, what the fuck? I was like in the twilight zone. Like, I woke up and the sky was dark outside. And I was like, did I only sleep for like an hour? I put up my phone to see the time. I'm like, the fuck? My alarm didn't go off either, which is weird. I was like, why did the alarm not go off? In fact, it's weird. And upload it here. They must have, because YouTube limit, and maybe it's a verified thing. Maybe if you get verified on YouTube with the check mark, maybe they let you stream for 24 hours or something. But if you're at my level of streamer, where you're just what's called a YouTube partner, but you're not given that official check mark of we verify you as this singular creator type deal. You know, if you don't have that, then maybe that's the difference. But as far as I understand it, if you stream on YouTube, it's limited to 12 hours. And again, I found that out the hard way. Happy Symbiaku and Medao. Welcome to the stream. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. You see the news about Square Enix wanting to implement... Yes, I actually recorded a video about it earlier today. About 2 hours ago now. And I haven't uploaded it because it's actually... I'm actually thinking about re-recording it because I ranted. That was a very good example of ranting. I went at length about how disappointed I am in that. And I did stress that, you know, none of this has to do with Yoshi P or the FF14 team. They have no decision-making in this. But I did lambast the president, so... If I do upload that video, I'll probably never... You'll never, ever see me get the what is it called? What was that thing? The media tour. I won't be on any media tour in the future when I upload that. I'm gonna be on a blacklist. It's like, potential creators have this guy called our president an asshole, so nip. Yeah, I'll be, yeah. But for me, I'm calling out, when I upload that video, when one rendition or another, I'm calling out bullshit where I see it. The NFT thing is absolutely bullshit. Anybody who buys into an NFT is a fucking moron. Let me just throw that out there right now. If you're wondering what my hot take about NFTs is, if you invest in them, you're a moron. Just leaving it out there. I'm not even gonna try and play the whole middle ground thing. I'm not gonna try and... No. You are a moron if you buy into that shit. I'm gonna buy this little JPEG and it's gonna be worth millions of dollars. Anyway, this stream isn't about NFTs or about that situation. It's about Endwalker. So, we'll focus on that. But I'm just saying, if you're wondering what my take is, fuck NFTs, and if you buy into them, you're a moron. That's about it. Why buy an NFT when you can... Exactly. The thing is, what you're buying is, like, just... I don't want to go on a rant about it, but I'm going to leave it at this. An NFT is... For those who don't know what an NFT is, it's a, it means non-fungible token. Non-fungible, replace fungible with replaceable. That's all that means. It's a non-replaceable token, or JPEG. And the idea is, an example of a real-world non-fungible item is like the Mona Lisa, right? The Mona Lisa is a priceless painting that, yes, there are talented enough painters in the real world to duplicate the Mona Lisa, paint stroke for paint stroke. But it's not just the technique that's on hand. The art piece itself holds historical value. It holds, it also, the time period it was made in holds value in particular. I know that's kind of part of historical value. It's also, you know, the Mona Lisa has more than just the actual visual connection to it, and that's why it's irreplaceable. That's why the public have deemed it an irreplaceable item. The Mona Lisa is far more valuable and is in and of itself a great example of a real-world non-fungible item. And some dipshits on the internet want to convince you that a screenshot, and I'm not even joking, a screenshot of Jack Dorsey's first ever tweet on Twitter is somehow worth $3 million. And yes, it was a screenshot of Jack Dorsey's first ever tweet on Twitter was sold to some dumb bastard for like $3 million. 3 million or 2 point something million. I know it's in that range. Point is, it's basically a screenshot. And it's not like the guy who bought it owns Twitter now. Right? Like you just bought a really expensive JPEG. Cause you're a moron. Oh good god, people are fucking dumb. Anyway. That's my hot take. There's me spilling the tea, Sith. You know, that's me spilling the tea on NFTs. Anyway, moving on. I'm gonna read a couple more comments, and then we're gonna get back underway with Endwalker. Uma from Legacy of Kain, because evil thief. Uma's not a bad choice. I'm glad to know that Asmongold is now that line of if you're safe or not. It's a scary world we live in if that's the case. Is a hot dog a sandwich? No. Fight me. No. Oh, right, yeah, sorry, I guess I should say that. The NFT is not necessarily the item itself, it's a link to the item. Yeah, you're right, you are right there. So that's right, you're not even buying the screenshot, you're buying a link to the screenshot. It's even worse. Yeah, right. Server goes down. That's the thing. That's why if you buy an NFTs, you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. You're not actually buying anything. You're buying a link to something. You get nothing. You don't own the copyright to it. You don't own the IP it's related to if it is. You don't own the artwork. You own nothing. I kind of want to pull out that clip of can't remember the actor's name, but the original Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. You know where he goes, you get nothing. That scene, that's if anyone ever asks me what an NFT is, I just want to pull up that clip and share it with them. Like, that's what an NFT is. Fuck off. It's so dumb. Thank you, Gene Wilder. Yes. May he rest in peace. I loved him in Young Frankenstein. $3 million. Okay. Anyway, I don't normally get to watch live because of time zones. Elpis is great and so is Sheffield. Hey, welcome Metalix. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you for whatever amount of time you're available. Yep. Anyway, with that being said, let's get back on track before this turns into an anti-NFT stream and not an FF stream. Alright, moving on. Actually, my game's kind of quiet. Do I? No, okay, that's why. My desktop volume is down. It's like, it doesn't sound like it's at 50%. Why you laser beam him? Doros, are you hurt? What happened to you? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4, the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Shroud handle that one. The peril in the sky you can leave to me. Oh boy. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk. Unneeded though it is. Matean, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes. I had the name down last time. The Lacones. I was just go with Lacone. The Lacones must be reverted. I would spare you their pain and mine. This is my burden, not yours. But if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Hello. Alright, here we go. Oh no. Excuse me. I contracted a little bit of a cold from my sister and brother in-law, they got sick. The end of my year was just cursed. Like, I had all throughout 2021, it was a fairly good year for me. And then the end of 2021, I had COVID, and that was miserable. Then I also had my back surgery. And then I also, now I'm dealing with a cold. Well, thankfully it's a very weak cold, but it still comes with sneezing and a stiff, stuffy nose. I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lacone's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of fire and a flame. But fear not, by my measure you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Let us begin. Alright, here we go. Oh, the other two. Whoa! All right. Stand in front of the cone and keep its attention. Oh, okay. I'm standing in front of it, aren't I? Oh, okay, no, there's a glowy thing on the ground. Okay, there we go.
Now.
I bringeth the wind. Or I suppose Hermes does.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
In a way, I agree. I mean...
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes!
I would say being torn by such thoughts.
Don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Yeah, I would say it's having those questions, those debates is what makes Fandaniel deserve, or Hermes deserve, to take the torch of Fandaniel and be a representative of mankind. Because if you don't have those kinds of dilemmas, if you don't have those kinds of questions, if you're not bringing anything to the table like that, then no, I don't think you should represent humanity, because you're not asking the right questions. You're not willing to ask the right questions. It's when you have those debates, when you have those complications to bring to the table that no one else is willing to, that I think that in and of itself earns you a spot. Oh, that's what I'd say. And I also agree with Emmett that he doesn't really belong there. He could have said it better, but he doesn't really belong there. I mean, he's clearly suffering to do the day-ins and days-outs of his work. He may be great at it, but if it tears you apart like that, you need to find another position that your talents can provide for, yes, but also that will provide for your own sanity. COVID second round? No. Trust me, I knew what COVID felt like when it started. So, this isn't COVID. This is definitely a cold. By comparison, I'm just a little stuffy. Like, I'm not, like, unable to hold anything down. I'm not feeling dizzy or lightheaded. I don't even really have a fever. Just a little nasally and a little itchy throat. So... And no dry coughing, really. Most of the coughs I've had have been very sparse, so... Nope, I doubt it's a COVID second round. Cold? Definitely, though. It's definitely a cold. Speaking of... Apologies. Stuffy nose comes with stuffy problems. John Mann, yeah, Betty White, yep. I heard about the Betty White thing shortly after it happened. Like, it seemed like minutes after she died, everybody was already talking about it. Yeah. I like to, I guess a way to kind of lighten the blow there is I like to think of it as one last joke that amazing woman played on us all. She was like, oh, I'm gonna make it to 100. I'm making it to 100. I feel fine. I feel great. Suckers. I'm out of here before I hit the 3 digits. Oh, I like to think of it in that light just because it lightens the blow. Yep, timing and bluntness. Sometimes those things are very duly welcome, sometimes they need to take a step back. Anyway, let's keep going. Well, the other Lacones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? It probably doesn't feel great, I would say. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Shroud? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on why is that fucking me up? Our fellowship travels on an unbroken. Why am I doing that? I'm adding words now. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. There we go. Brain, stop fucking with me there. I said we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anag. I almost said anagnorosis. I don't think that's how that's said. I think that was the very wrong way to say that. Alright, and just double checking I tuned. Yes, it did. Okay, good. Good air. Telly here. Jenny, welcome to the stream. How are you, you lovely woman? How are you? I'll be doing fantastic today. Are you enjoying the new year so far? I'm alive. Well, I'm glad you're alive. I'm sad to hear you're not doing great. Jenny. Hey, Jenny, do you consent from now on for me to refer to you as Jenny? Go Forrest Gump with it. Forrest Gump with it. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notonius. I think it's Notonius. There we will find one of the news. Words. News. which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Yes, we shall. You hate that? Okay, I take that as a no. You do, I will leave? Well, I don't want you to leave, so I won't do that. I'll think it in my head, but I won't say it. I won't do it. I value your presence more than a joke. Here we are. Notonius. This news will take us to... Why are they throwing so many words at me? I can't say. Notonius, Neos, and now Calamelios Zephyros. Calamelios Zephyros. Okay. Here we are, Notonius. This Neos will take us to Calamelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above. We instant transmissioned in, boys.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros.
Alright, I said it right. I'm impressed with myself, because
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
Right then. Let's begin by...
Thieving little git! Get him!
Nereus. How delightful.
Get the little shit. They even run like they know they stole something.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Land shark.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago.
You approved it?
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Sometimes it's... Is this Vinay? Yeah.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
For the most
Well
part.
now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Very different personality.
That we should meet you here.
Vana. I've been saying Vinay. I think Vinay sounds better. Vana.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh. That I don't recall being... I know we knew she was part of the Convocation. At least I believe that was mentioned before, back in Shadowbringers. But I didn't know she was the prior Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How unruly were we? I'm curious how much, like, mischief we got up to.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Okay, what they're kind of implying to me here is that... Okay, listen, most of the shit that we've gotten into, like us in our world anyway, we didn't choose to jump into most of it. We kind of were, well, technically we chose to. We didn't refute it. But most of the crazy shit and adventures we've gone on throughout all these expansions and storylines has been done because we had to. Like we had no choice. Fun crazy person? I know, and that's fun to see, but the game is kind of implying that we're like that too. At least that's what I'm getting at. Whether that's what they're trying to imply or not, regardless, Azem seems very different from, like, our circumstances. He's choosing to jump into a volcano before it erupts. That's fucking nuts. At the very least, that's where we get our adventurous side. Chose to be an adventurer? Yes. But not jump into a volcano before it erupts. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't get over that. What the fuck? We had a choice. We could have let the world in. Oh yeah, totally. That's a choice. Wants to be quite literally the adventure. I know that's the Azem's job. Is they're the wanderer. You know, they go across the world. They learn things. They experience things. That's their field of study, if you will. We already knew that. But that doesn't imply jumping headlong into a volcano and see what happens. Like, that's like Deadpool level shenanigans, okay? Still, I so wish we could meet Azem. And someone left a comment on the either the previous stream or the one previous to the previous stream saying, they quoted me saying that, and they said something along the lines of, "Well, just buy a mirror, Asmo." It's not the same. It's not the same. I want to see what the original Azem was like. What did we look like and act like when we were whole? And don't give me this stuff of, well, they can't do that because, you know, you are entirely different. Or they're supposed to be modeled after you. What do they expect? Them duplicate your model? The technology exists. They can duplicate our preset onto the character. They don't even, and the thing is, when it comes to the voice acting side, make it Ardbird's voice for the males, and then get a female voice actor for the females. I'd recommend hiring Backmoon Breeda's voice actress. Just saying, we have the technology. I want to see Azem. And a mirror is not enough. I don't mean just like what he looks like, but how he acts. Oh, I'm chomping at the bit for that.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Hi.
I say, Have you perchance come from the future?
Well, shit, she figured that one out real fast.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
So that's a big revelation. So the Blessing of Light is just a basic enchantment? I guess for the Amaratines, this should be no surprise. Oh, should we bring up in primals? I don't know. Do primals exist? I don't know, chat. 1 or 2? She knows too much. Cheese it. Yeah, I know they did it for Dark Knight. That's why I'm saying they should do it for a Zem. One. We got 2 for 2, 3 for 1, 3 for 2. Four for 1. You get extra dialogue with 2. Okay. Oh no, is that true, chat? I know a lot of you are saying 1, but is that true what Alder said? You get extra dialogue with 2? Because if that in and of itself is true, I'll choose 2 just on that basis. But if it's like a negligible difference. More dialogue with 2. Okay. Okay. Alright, so despite the fact that seemingly more of you chose 1, I'm gonna choose 2 because of the more dialogue. No. Yeah, I'm gonna choose 2 for the more dialogue. Yeah. Plus, I don't think the Blessing of Light would mean much to them. I don't think they use that term.
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Nope.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
Apparently not.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Hit it right in the nail of the head. She is very intuitive. Holy crap.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
Yeah.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
That is true.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Well, that's the thing. It's the very thing I can't reveal, I don't think. Well, I think... Well...
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Can't tell you. I think at best we could tell them the very, very vague. We can get. I think we can. I don't know, I'd have to think about the wording, but isn't it possible to give them a very vague explanation for why we're here and not change anything? I think that's possible.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Oh, so no matter what we do, we can't change. We literally can't. Okay, then what's the harm in telling them everything? We could tell them our identity. We could tell them. You know, if we do whatever we want and that changes nothing, why not do that? You know, why not give them the full write-up? My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept-engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. Damn Spriggan! An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to the Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Yes, ma'am. Being little shits. Exactly. That's why we love them, though. They're very adorable little kleptomaniacs. That type of creature exists in like all fantasy and sci-fi universes. Now that I think about it, there's always some like species of like little rascally like gremlin. Sometimes they're portrayed as cute, sometimes they're portrayed as horrible, evil creatures. Sometimes they're portrayed as kind of in the middle, like they're bad creatures, but they have a funny or good side to them. Hey, it's the same type of creature. Hello. It's the same type of creature that Arrow Girl from the Warrior of Light party from the first fought in her flashback. That's the same type of creature. Millennium. Ooh, there it is. Skaven? I mean, Skaven aren't quite what I'm talking about. When I say little, I emphasize that. Like a gremlin-style creature. Skaven are big, they're more intelligent. They are scheming little thievy shits, but they're kind of like the goblin stereotype more so than they are the gremlin-esque one. The gremlin-styled creatures, they're usually small, very weak, minimal intelligence. They can be smart, but not like Einstein level smart. Oftentimes it's just like basic rudimentary intelligence. And the thing that corely drives them is that little thieving aspect. Again, you can either have the full gremlin style, which is little green monsters that steal stuff in the night and sabotage crap because they're mischievous little shits, or you got the full-blown, or you got more innocent ones like, kinda like Spriggans. Spriggans, though we have had to fight them, more or less are fairly weak creatures, and they don't seem to be very smart or conniving. They just like shiny things. Like, there's no malice in it. There's no mischievousness in it. Yeah, they clearly know what they're doing is wrong, because when you try and catch them, they run away. But well, I think it's more, it's less that they know what they're doing is wrong, and it's more that they know that we think it's wrong. So we're chasing them, and they don't want us to take back the shiny stuff. You know, that's like the more innocent, like, rudimentary and intellectual thieving little shit. And then the other extreme is the gremlins. Which is, they know what they're doing is wrong, they don't care, in fact, they revel in being in the wrong. Our last searcher returns. I am afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better? I found it! I fared pretty well. Crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging in my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Yes, actually. Traveling and searching go hand in hand. I've often been asked to do so. Traveling and searching go hand in hand. We'll go with that one. You travel often, then. It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead of my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to the task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Nifflers, snifflers, something like that. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, but there is a sharp distinction from, again, that gremlins style little thieving shit and then like a goblin. The major difference is like goblins, orcs, bigger kind of raiding thieves in fiction oftentimes are shown also to be competent combatants. And intelligence-wise, they're usually shown to be, you know, on our level, so they're less creatures more than they are like a race of beings. Whereas when we're talking about something like a gremlin or a spriggan or a rheos or a niffler, these types of creatures are creatures. They're not hyper intelligent. They're basically animals that are just hype. They're kind of like I guess a real world comparison would be like a possum or a raccoon. Or a ferret, actually, because the ferret, like those, all those types of creatures will steal food. Yes, that is the primary thing they want to steal, but they also steal valuables on occasion to pad like nests and stuff. Like especially with ferrets, they will take like tufts of couches. They'll take little beads of stuff, and they'll make a little comfortable nest somewhere. So. And crows, yeah. Crows, in a way, are a real-life example. Although, they're a very unmischievous version. Monkeys. Actually, that's probably the perfect real-world comparison, is monkeys. Yeah. I'd say all those other ones, it's all technicals, but the one direct example of, like, that thieving-style creature in the real world is monkeys. Because monkeys have even been trained to steal specific items by people who, you know, in certain countries as a form of business. It's like, oh, there's tourists. All right, I'm gonna teach this monkey how to steal certain shit while acting like it's just like trying to be petted and stuff. Like monkeys are like the example for when it comes to like thieving valuable stuff just because it's shiny or because they're taught to. So I think monkeys are the best one I can use. The rest of them, it's debatable, like raccoons, ferrets. Crows, but with monkeys, that's like the best way to put it. In fact, in particular, those little monkeys, can't remember what they're called, but the ones that are like that big, are the really tiny ones. Can't remember the name of that type. All right, Vinny. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Oh, I love me some good tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Is it vanilla
Would
chai?
that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
I suppose there's no harm in it. Capuchin? Maybe. Again, I don't know the name. Oh, okay. I thought it was just gonna do one of those fadeaways and we'd be talking. Calamity, call the final days has befallen the world. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. Mankind is being forced to flee the star. Well, fuck! Holy shit! None of those... Geez, goddamn. All of those are very fucking heavy. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. Mankind is being forced to flee the star. Calamity called the final days has befallen the world. Oh. Which is the right one to say, though? Mankind is being forced to flee the... I know, I get that that no matter what... It's kind of like Telltale rules. No matter what we choose, the eventual correct solution will be led to, but which would be, like, the optimal response? Calamity called the final days before the world. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. Mankind is being forced to flee the star. We need a hug dialogue? Yes, we do. The second one's not the right choice. Because, yes, that is important, but that's only important to their timeline. At this point, that's just old news for us. That's not the main issue. So it's between mankind's being forced to flee the star or a calamity called the final days has befallen the world. You chose 1? I don't know. I'm kind of partial to 3. Mankind's being forced to flee the star. By the way, I do know that the music is answers, but it's in a different instrumental tone. But the tones are, the beats are all there. So yeah, I know that this is just another. They've done this with music all throughout the expansions. They always mix in answers and different. They just kind of recompose it each time. But answers is pretty much. That's why answers is still my favorite theme song for the. Shadowbringers is my second favorite. But anyway. I'll go with 1. Sanae's theme? Well, her theme is got the same tones as answers.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Yeah, boy. So wait, telling them this doesn't change the future? Does that kind of mean we're in a multiverse kind of theory? Or am I overthinking this? Because she's supposed to be the one seeing answers? I already figured that. I mean, isn't that kind of obvious? I know back when I first heard it, I thought it was Heidelin singing it, but... At this point, well, Vinay and Heidelin are one and the same now, but you know what I mean.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
I was gonna question if none of them said something along those lines. I mean, that's a very... Everything we're telling them is immensely hard pill to swallow.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself, why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility.
But we can't change the... what? I'm so confused. If we can't change the future, then what is all this about?
Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
I mean, you did. You kept... I get that she means, like, outside of that already difficult job of keeping Zodiark in check, but... I mean, outside of that, what could you have done to forestall it?
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed.
Alright.
And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
Well, I got some bad news for you, jackass. Don't get me wrong, I respect Emmett Selk, but it doesn't change the fact that you did become a megalomaniacal madman.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act.
Actually,
and
I
I
got
would
something to
hold
say.
those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem.
I do want to point out, though. I want to point this out. I'm gonna take some satisfaction here. I called Emmett Selk a megalomaniacal maniac at the end of Shadowbringers. I said it flat out in this stream, if y'all will recall. For those who were there for me finishing up Shadowbringers, I said that exact term, and I had so many people. So many. I had to delete comments because some of them used some questionable terms. But I had plenty of people fight me on that. Saying, no, he's not a megalomaniacal. No, that's the wrong word. That's a ridiculous word. No, that's wrong. He's not megalomaniacal. He's not a narcissist. He's not a sociopath. He's not a... The game itself has now supported me. I have been... Oh, God. This must... Feels great. Vindication. Woo! Vindication, baby. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm taking the applause. Let me take my bow. Let me take my bow. Let me take off my hat. Sick the hair back. Suck it. All of y'all who said that were wrong. Game itself agrees with me. Ha! Anyway. Yeah, I'm allowed to take at least one step closer. Anywho. Had to take...
Yet, you
Had to
claim
put
I
that in there.
recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
I always assumed because you wanted to be defeated.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
Never say never, I suppose.
You do not know me.
No, I don't. I don't know the current you, that's for sure. I know the you after thousands and thousands of years of trying to restore Amarot.
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
I can't blame him for his
Emmett
reaction.
Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis is the key to all this. Hermes and Matan are somehow involved. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. Pretty sure it's Dynamis is the key to all of this. And we already know emotion has had a major effect on why people transform into
yes.
blasphemies. So.
The energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes. I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, The picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
I appreciate it.
Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
My priorities? Yeah, I'm gonna put my gloating ahead. I'm not saying that that situation isn't sad or painful, but at the end of it, I I still couldn't get past that. I still couldn't get past that sheer amount of bullshit people said to me that I was completely wrong. I'm sorry, but when I get vindicated, I'm going to stress it. I'm going to stress it. That being said, yes, it is a sad situation. Oh, the eye roll, irony, the painful. Are you using irony or poeticism? Because a lot of people use irony incorrectly. Like, are you actually meaning irony or do you mean poetic? Because I hear people use them interchangeably, which is wrong. Irony. Okay. So you mean the expression of one's meaning by using language that normally signifies the opposite. So one thing representing the opposite. That's what you mean? Or do you mean poeticism where things rhyme together? Or they fittingly rhyme in a negative light or a sad one? Because irony is when someone says one thing and the opposite happens. Or something is expressed as one thing and then the opposite occurs. So it's the expression of one thing and the negative version of that occurs. Irony can be poetic irony. Correct, but you do realize that they're not one and the same though. Irony can be a part of poeticism, and poeticism can include irony, but they are still signified as mutually dependent and mutually identifiable things. That's why we have terms like poetic irony. We wouldn't call it poetic irony if they meant the same thing or they could be used as meaning the same thing. We would just say poetic, or we would just say ironic, which a lot of people do, but that's because of a fundamental misunderstanding of the difference between irony and poeticism. This has been my TikTok. Have a nice night. A diabetic who gets hit by a sugar truck is poetic. Yes. A diabetic who gets hit by an insulin truck is irony. Kinda? Nah, not really. Part of that is ironic. The part of it being he's a diabetic and it's an insulin truck. But, yeah, you're on the right track. Definitely. And the purpose of irony is, again, it's one thing. The personification of irony is that bit that happens in shows and television where they're like, I'm gonna meet the most exciting man ever! And then you talk into the most, like, monotone, drowned out, boring guy ever. That's irony. That's the, like, personification of irony. Yeah. That's the part that's ironic, is the insulin, but the part that isn't is getting hit by a truck. That's just funny. That's what I call slapstick. Well, it depends on how it's portrayed. The way you color things definitely can redefine them. Yeah, that's my stance, and that's been my stance from the beginning. And y'all, I assume most of you were there during my Shadowbringers arc. My opinion on Emmett Silk hasn't changed. I respect him as a villain from then, and this Emmett Silk I consider not a completely different person, but when you're looking at somebody this far in their past, they might as well be. There's virtually no difference. There's virtually no similarity. Like, if you look at me, for example, how I was in middle school is virtually nothing like how I am now. The only thing I have in common from then to now is I'm an introvert. That's about the only thing that's remained the same. In the case of this Emmett Silk versus the original, it's the same kind of idea. They're the same person, but the Emmett Silk we dealt with in Shadowbringers, I stand by, deserved to die. And it was a good thing he died. I don't regret it at all. I feel sad that he had to, but he made his choice. He made his bed. I made him lie in it. I feel no sadness at all about his death. I feel sadness that he didn't consider a better path or a better route. This one I feel bad for because he's being faced with that. He's being faced with that reality and becoming that megalomaniacal, which the game has confirmed I was right, by the way. Anyway, you know, he's faced with that reality. That's why he can't accept it, and I can't blame him. Because essentially speaking, we told him he's about to become a completely different person than who he is now. Anyways, take that camp, Emmett Self. Was the megalomaniacal? I mean, that's not true, Kiwi. People have said that to me. You weren't there in that stream, but I had a stream where people were unironically telling me that both the Asians and the Emmett Selk in particular did nothing wrong. Like, killing and annihilating entire cultures to bring back Amaratine was perfectly okay. I had people telling me that unironically in the chat during my Shadowbringers journey. You weren't here then. So, yeah, you can't say that nobody said that. Quite a few people have, actually. Fittingly, none of them watch my streams anymore because I don't have to share their take. But, nobody of worth said that. That I can agree, but you can't say nobody said it. Because they did. I had to argue them. Now, granted, I still don't know if all of them were honest. It read to me like they weren't trolling, but they could have been. But as far as I've not confirmed they were trolling, and the fact that they haven't returned to my streams for the most part tells me that they did believe what they were saying, because they were, you know, not happy that I had a different take. So, yeah. But again, can't say nobody said it. Invited you to basically come and kill him. I think that's been my take for the most part, is that a part of Emmett wanted us to kill him. You know, wanted us to take his life because he understood he did actually want to achieve the goal he said he was trying to achieve, but a part of him wanted another force to defeat him. I did look up irony. I pulled it up right here. Although I pulled up the Google definition. Hold on, let me pull up the Merriam-Webster. Yeah, because I'll copy and paste the Google one. Alright, here we go. There's the Google one. The expression of one's meaning by using language that normally signifies the opposite, typically for humorous or emphatic effect. That is irony. Noun. Now, if we go to Merriam-Webster, it'll probably have a different one, actually. Okay, so full definition of irony, there's several. The use of words to express something other than and especially the opposite of the literal meaning. So, again, that backs it up. This is Also, I'll copy and paste the first Merriam-Webster one. I'll use the second one. A usually humorous or sardonic literary style or form characterized by irony. There's number 2. Let's see. Let's see. An ironic expression or utterance. Incongruity between the actual result of a sequence of events and the normal or expected result. So that means the same. I'll copy paste that one as well for you, Mega Strike. There you go. Or should I call you a Super Side Swiper? I don't know which name you prefer to go by. I've been using Mega Strike, but I don't know if that's the one you actually want to use. An event or result marked by such incongruity. Incongruity between situation, a pretense of ignorance and willingness to live in. Alright, so that's all the full definition. There's the essential meaning of irony. The use of words that mean the opposite of what you really think, especially in order to be funny. That is the first essential meaning of irony. Second, a situation that is strange or funny because things happen in a way that seems to be the opposite of what you expect. So, Merriam-Webster does not have any of those, as one is a literary technique. So if we're going by literary technique, let's see if it's listed in Merriam-Webster. Okay, choose the right synonym for irony. That's synonym. What is irony? Okay, there's a large paragraph here. Considerable thought is given to what events constitute true irony, and the dictionary is often called upon to supply an answer. Here are the facts about how the word irony is used. Irony has 2 formal uses that are not as common in general prose as its more casual uses. One refers to Socratic irony, a method of revealing an opponent's ignorance by pretending to be ignorant yourself and asking probing questions. The other refers to dramatic irony or tragic irony, an incongruity between the situation in a drama and the words used by the characters that only the audience can see. Now, for those of you who don't know what that means, let me translate it for you. When a character is like, "I am perfectly safe," and we, the audience, see that there's something about to drop on their head, it still means the opposite of. So it still means what I said. So it doesn't matter, it doesn't really matter which version you use. They all translate to mean the same thing, which is when something is presented this way and the opposite happens or is prosed to happen. That's what irony means. Irony literally just means the opposite occurs as to what is presented or stated. So if a character says, "I'm perfectly safe," and we see like a large weight above their head, we know they're not. That's irony. Why am I will ban you. I will ban you, Kiwi. I'm gonna get canceled? For what? Explaining irony? My stance on the Assassins. I understand them, I sympathize with them, and probably would have done similar actions. Yeah, and I acknowledge that as well. I still do. In their shoes, probably would have done the same thing. But the key is we're not in their shoes. And regardless of whether we were in their shoes or not, we still would have been the bad guys simply by numbers. They were trying to end hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of lives. We have no idea what the population of Eorzea is. Nor do we know the population of the other shards of Eorzea. They could assumedly be similar. And if we just say each world has 1 million people, we'll just call it that flat number, that's still 14 million lives that are being sacrificed to bring back possibly 1 million, maybe a little bit more, for Amoratine. That's a 14-to-1 ratio. So just by simple logic, they're in the wrong in terms of sheer number of lives lost. And cultures lost and identities lost to achieve their goal. I could sympathize with it, I understand it, and I love the way it was written. Doesn't change the fact that I think, purely speaking, they are the villains. They are bad guys, they are doing evil acts. Regardless of motivation. Motivation is an explanation more often than it is an excuse. There is a difference between the two. There's an excuse, and then there's an explanation. An excuse actually excuses the action. For example, if I smack a friend of mine on the shoulder because there was a spider there that was poisonous that could have killed him. And he's like, hey, why'd you hit me? I wanted to kill that spider before it killed you. That's an excuse. It excuses my act. And he'll be like, oh, okay, thanks, man. Gee. An explanation is if I punch somebody in the face because I didn't like them. It's like, why'd you fucking punch me, man? I didn't like you. Doesn't excuse what I did. It's just an explanation. See the difference? And I often see so many people try and just excuse everything with an explanation. It's kind of funny to me when I see it happen. Anyway. Waiting for my Hug Vinay option. No, I understand their perspective. It still doesn't excuse it though. Like, we consider a serial killer evil, correct? Like, Hannibal Lecter is an evil being. So, with that being the case, a Hannibal Lecter or a similar serial killer doesn't see what they're doing is wrong. You know, if they take a life, that's not a sad action. That's not a bad thing to do. It satisfies their purposes. So there's nothing wrong with it. They feel no empathy or sympathy for who they're killing. So there's nothing wrong with it. That's the logic that is. Like, the Ascians have the same type of logic. These aren't living beings, therefore I don't see what I'm doing is wrong. Is their perspective wrong? Not for them, but it is wrong for the majority. Again, this is how things work, especially in society. The beliefs of the individual are not put over the beliefs of the majority. That's how kind of laws work. So, I have deja vu. I've said all of this exact same shit back at Shadowbringers. I just realized I'm having the exact same conversation again. I'm probably going to have this conversation a few more times, because I'm going to have to repeat it for different audiences. I don't know. How many people here were here for the last time I used this exact same explanation? He's calm? Who's calm? Emmett? Emmett's not calm. He just ran out of the room. I'm not sure how that's an issue, DeJungle. That's the thing. I would hope you couldn't put yourself in their shoes. It's not a matter of putting yourself in their shoes. The example still works because it's that aspect about their actions we're analyzing. We're not analyzing we're not analyzing the motivations. We're analyzing the act itself. Well, I guess the part of it we are analyzing the actions and the motives in the sense that we look at the motives, it's not the motives, it's the mindset. There is a difference. Motivation is the actual trigger to do the act, but what we're more looking at is, again, the mindset, which is like the passive way your brain thinks about things. Serial killers, they look at other human beings as just, that's a deer, that's a boar, that's a squirrel, you know? They're just animals I can kill. They have no value. Their only value to me is that I can take their life. They don't see us as other people in the sense of value. Same with the Ascians. they didn't see us with any kind of value either. So it's not really a matter of taking the shoes of... I would hope you couldn't. I can't be in the shoes of a serial killer either. I can't understand their motivations either. But that's not really the point. The point is, again, that's the same mindset. That same devaluing of human life to justify their acts. It's on the exact same level. I was, yeah. You ever vaguely remember though? Yeah. Me and you were talking to the same person. Yeah. Yeah, we probably should move on. If you guys want my full breakdown of how I viewed the Ascians, go back to the Shadowbringers streams. I ranted at length about my explanation and my point of view. And I more or less repeated a lot of the same points here. So anyway. Alright, let's move on. Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried-and-true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who lived here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Metaion. And I have a good idea of where we might begin. See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. Ismene? She is the one who made arrangements for me to stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask her questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic to you. Yes, ma'am. Hello? Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Okay, can't be skipped. Alright, I'm okay with that. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress Vinay. Anything to be of service? What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? What are Hermes' interests? His interests. Well, he is an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? So Vinay's there really just to ask the correct question. He is a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Metaion been there? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Metaion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? Or I guess she's there to just ask the other question. I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Mateon? That would be... Timeos. Timmy. That would be Timmy. He was a similar expertise with flying concepts, and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and, unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Shroud. I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. Alright. Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. Although I felt compelled to take the reins of that previous conversation, your, fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with TMOs. Okay. So she was like the... So, more so she was like the safety rails of that conversation. Alright, let's go talk to him. Yes, I'm... Again. Timmy! But please keep your voice down, you'll startle the birds. Following event can... yeah. Begin asking questions. Yes, indeed. So, what is it you wish to speak about? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in, and we can discuss the final... Oh, shit. Crap. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be placed back to when I was but a young boy. Oh, joy! Stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden feathered creature my father had first designed. Shit. And thus did I secure an observer's role in here in Elpis, and at last realize my childhood ambition. Here the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. In a British recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment, is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for my opinion of Chief Hermes' creations? Why didn't you just say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from us boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Town 2 is a marvel then. Why not mimic his process? Crap, which is the direct question here? I thought that was a concise question, to be honest, actually. I think that one's the more concise question. My opinion on the matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Mateon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes could choose to submit Mateon's concept to the Bureau of Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? I can tell you more of Mateon's nature if you like. Oh shit. Dynamis and Entelekes? Those terms do not sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must be on to my observations. Surely you have your own interest to attend to. Ah, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Mateon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Mateon as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some good progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Level 88! 2 more levels, still max! At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelekes which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay at our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. I've started the monk quest line. I have not actually made it all the way through, no. And on the subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Mateon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? I'm surprised we didn't. That would have been the first thing I brought up. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. One we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetia Petitiae Crystalline. That. Not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Starbird Mateon. These are the voyages of the starship Mateo. Her continuing mission. Seek out new worlds. That's actually, yeah. Yes, Arcturus, you should. I'm saddened you don't. I'm offended. How dare you? I'm one of the greatest creators on this platform. How dare you miss my truth? Nah, I don't actually think that. Nah, tune in when you can and when you want to. But it's good to have you while you're here. This tower and the one further along are both part of the Peripetiae Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short, and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Yes, ma'am. Luna is a Vinay simp. Can you blame Luna, Lightning Lunatic, though? I don't think you can. There is plenty there to simp for. However, Vinay is not my type. She's got the tall factor, so she's halfway there. But Merleweb is probably the closest. That or Moonbreeder. Rest in peace. You have questions for me? Certainly. I just noticed some of them have that same haircut. This one's very similar across. Anyway. Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project. And by that I assume you mean Mateon? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Mateon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. Alright, so is this partner in the business sense? Or is this partner in the relationship sense? She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Mateon heavensward. Heavensward. I love it. Love it when the term is used. Chief Hermes sending Mateon heavensward. A host of them. So, his partner as in his girlfriend. Okay. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Oh, that's Vinay. Mistress Vinay! I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task. But I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight, which so delighted you at Galeen? Of course! Or you could hear it from her lips directly, if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasios thalassai. Metabasios thalassai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreating in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Venet. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest. You know how weird that would be? You know, someone says, it's unfortunate that you're enjoying life so much. It's preventing you from dying. That's essentially what he just said. It's like, it's regrettable that they keep holding you here. Go and die now. Ooh, go. Yes, before anyone says it, I know they see it as a good thing to return to the star. I already ranted about that, in fact, that very same viewpoint before. But it's a funny idea, though. 'Tis a rest well-deserved long... 'Tis a well-deserved and long overdue. I would think. How greatly have... Oh, excuse me. You prepared for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embodied that nature with as much enduring passion as you. Aye, I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I shall rejoice the day you die! Oh, such a weird idea. I will be honored. I get in the vibe that Vinay doesn't share the same viewpoint. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It would take you up to the Skyway and spare you... Oh, that's kind of cool. It's kind of like, fuck, what's that movie where this guy, like, a different key... Like, if you use a different key in a door, it shows a different thing. There's a movie like that, where you use a certain key, it opens up to, like, different worlds and shit. Anyway. What hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Hold on, let me reset the address on the door. Matrix 2? No, there was one scene with that guy, but then there's a whole movie where that's the idea. I get where you're thinking, yeah, the Keymaster guy, but no, there's a whole movie where that's kind of like the adventure thing going on. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thalassai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Approachable archivist. Mistress Venet, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper Skyway. Door number 2. Beautiful. Less beautiful, but still beautiful. Unhurried observer. Mistress Vinay, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
Oh, let me turn on my, it's getting dark outside and snowfall's going on outside, so I'm assuming I'll need to turn on my lamp for the full FPS quality. There we go. There, now my beautiful face is illuminated.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
I would say so. We got some ugly places, but for the most part, everything, yeah, every zone is a beautiful, gorgeous landscape. Some parts, yes, others not so much. It's more beautiful here. Well, I know that what I just said was, yes, some parts, yes, others not so much. Yeah, I kind of stick to that. Yeah, there's some are not amazing. So. It's more good than bad.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Oh, I'd love to.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
That is true. I mean, I took a trip to New York and I had like my experience there, but a friend of mine also went, but he had a way different experience. And though we had traveled to the same place, every time I hear him share like what happened to him and his family while they were in New York, and this is Manhattan, by the way, this is like not just New York State, but the actual city. Like the stories like he shares are so fun to hear about, and it completely, it sounds so much more exciting than my own, but he tells me it's the same when I tell him about my time there. So I don't know, there is something to be said about that camaraderie of speaking of adventures and places to go. And I'm just talking about traveling. In a world like this, there's so many colorful things that can happen to you. The first adventures that come to mind I would share with Vinay is our time with Haurchefant.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it.
Yeah, our time with Haurchefant, most of the Dragon Song War, the betrayal in Ul'dah, and then rediscovering our friends. I would Tell her a little bit about the Stormblood stuff, but honestly not a lot there I would really bring to the forefront. I would talk of Azael. I would talk of our time in the first, learning of Ardbert's fate. Our first adventure, our first encounter with Ardbert and the Warriors of Darkness. I would speak of all that in quite, and some of the side quests I've done. Like, there's plenty of fun there.
Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us. Born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me. An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true.
Yeah, I'm getting a large sense of foreshadowing right now. Again, it doesn't help that when I was tagging one of the... For those who don't know, I did get one minor spoiler about Endwalker. And not from a person, from an algorithm. Because when I was putting up a video... Not the last one, but the Endwalker... An Endwalker highlight clip from one of the streams. I was typing in the tags, and I have a utility that, you know, suggests popular tags related to what I'm typing in. And one of them was a Hydaelyn Ultimate or Hydaelyn Extreme, something like that. So, I don't know if that's like a joke thing, like someone made a meme about it, and I know that, like Roban, for example, there was Roban Ultimate or Roban Extreme because people had a hard time connecting to that fight, and, you know, connected to it, so it was considered far more, you know, the joke was that was extreme. I don't know if like that tag is related to a meme style joke or not, or if we do end up fighting Hydaelyn. I will say I already predicted before I saw that though that it's quite possible to resolve the end of days we have to fight Hydaelyn. Because my logic with that is Zodiark was kind of the embodiment of natural energies and powers in the world, and when we killed him, we corrupted that balance. We completely skewed it. So his embodiment is now gone of those natural orders, and because of that, that's causing the final days. So my fear is that unfortunately we have to fight Hydaelyn to do the counterbalance, and then unfortunately put her down. Because once she's gone, both of like the avatars of their natures are then gone. Therefore, that both natural elements kind of can balance each other out. That's my fear. I don't want that to happen. Because, especially as we're learning more about Vinay here, and as much as I already wanted Hydaelyn to be, like... to be that good, like, godly figure in the background, I don't know, I feel like that would be very depressing. And so I'm hoping that that tag is just some kind of meme.
Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Damn it. Rude interruptions.
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Commission your own hug artwork. I don't have the money. I am a poor soul. My pockets have more moths than sense. Oh man. Okay. I loved that interaction. So if my theory is correct, I'm gonna cry. I'm telling you that right now. I'm gonna fucking cry. If we have to kill Vinay / Hydaelyn. Unless they turn her like evil or something towards the end to make it easier. But even then, like, it would still be soured by this. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned this far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. Which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter and the more likely possibility. Proceeding under the assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. No, he's talking to you? Fair enough. I have mail? Yep, I do. Ironwood headgear! Ooh, I got spiky arms. Oh, what's the headpiece look like? Oh, okay, it's clearly Dragoon-esque gear. Is it? Now. Hold on. That's still glamored. Alright, all the pieces that are visible are glamored, right? There we are. Maintaining roleplay. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Immersion! Exactly. My immersion. Immersion! Immersion! Okay, I don't know where I'm going. Whoops. Oh well. I heard the snapshot, but I still don't know what file those goes to. I just take screenshots with the other thing. Does it say what file it sends it to? Oh, okay. That's where it's been sending it. Gotcha. Immersion. Skull? Yeah. Ah. Damn it, there we go. So edgy. I mean, I made this. I made the account. I made the account that's based on years ago. So. It's an old username I had for a long time. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? What about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite the distance away. You knew. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. We meet again! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Shroud here over to the island? Stubborn creature. There is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. I don't know if I want to voice that theory, because... Okay, so maybe what's going to happen is after we leave, a lot of people are going to lose their memory of our time here. Possibly everyone. Like maybe like the moment we leave, our ethereal connection to whatever's going on will not happen, maybe? And the only person who's going to remember us, maybe, is Vinay and Argos. Or just Argos. Because now I'm recalling back to his reaction when he saw us. Like, he was like, oh my god, it's you! And he was super energetic. I took it at the time as just he was an energetic dog that really liked us. But is it more of a case of he remembered us? Okay, so we're not dealing with a multiverse. If that is the case, we're not dealing with a multiverse thing. We are indeed here, but somehow, despite anything we could try and do, we can't change the final days. That's a head scratcher. Maybe they'll lay it out for me, but my best guess is that somehow people are going to lose their memories of us when we leave, but Argos is an exception. Possibly so is Vinay. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before, meaning my after. Not all that confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. Okay. Alright. You seem doubtful, but a useful lesson or not, I will certainly be it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield, I will do what I must, and if this memory turns out to be a bad one, I'll just say choose your battlefield. Come on, Mama Heidelin. Let's go. Woo! I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Uh-huh. All this because the dog is stubborn. But can we beat Vinay though? We're only, what, 8/14ths? What does that translate to? We're only like I think that translates to 4/7. So we're 4/7 or 8/14 full Amoratine. But she's full Amoratine, so what the fuck? How are we gonna beat her? Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Fitting. $9.14, okay. Well, regardless, it's still... Alright, what she uses weapons. Hold on. Okay, she uses Paladin. Okay, so... She's a pally. Pally. Alright.
Let neither side hold back.
Holy fuck! Well, that was fast.
My blade sings! My blade sings!
I get you. Thank you for telegraphing your moveset. I appreciate it.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Can you try something not too different?
No quarter.
I was thinking the same.
Have a taste!
This seems familiar.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself! We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
You know, if you take out the fighting sound effects and listen to that line again, it sounds very sexual. I just want to point that out. This is why context matters, folks.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Ah, shit. Oh, come on.
chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Oh, okay. Just survive. I'll take that. Hey, Billy Mount, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Vinay LB3. It was pretty badass.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Asm when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding.
So she made the same mistake with us in our full form. Got it.
As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Alright.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
You look at least 29 and 34. Well, I wrote the backstory of Shroud to be he's around 22 at the beginning of A Realm Reborn, give or take. 21, 22, somewhere in there. So that's how I wrote Shroud to be. And although Heaven's Word, around 4 or 5 years has passed since the beginning of A Realm Reborn in terms of in-game time. So Shroud's around 27. For that dog. Yeah, it would be like brushing a horse regularly. Nice grooming time. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Matea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. He said all this happened over the course of 1 to 2 years? I don't know, for some reason I thought in-game time was 4 years. Alright, so if it's only 2 years, that means Shroud would be 24. Let us move over the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising from below, and give us a smooth ride over to the Isle. Only 2 years. A lot's happened to our characters in only 2 years. So how did you spend the last 365 days? Trying to prevent the world from being blown to shit. Ether current. Mine. Alright. Argos. Argos motions his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to cop on. Tally-ho! Fly, foul steed, fly! Oh, noble steed, noble steed. Oh, I just realized Vinay's riding, I believe that's called, Western style? No, Western is what I grew up riding horses on. No, that's, what do they call that? What do they call it when ladies only have their legs hanging off on one side? I'm not sure what style that's for riding that is called. Because I grew up riding horses, but I can't remember what the styles were. I'm used to riding horses, the style my Shroud's riding Argos on right now. Saddle side? Side saddle? I thought I had a name. Is it just called side saddle? I thought it had a specific term.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
No. Oh wait, no, have we?
So you cannot control the power freely.
Okay, yeah,
Worry
right.
not. I shall
The
assist
echo.
you. Come and stand before me.
Yeah, because I was thinking of the past, like traveling a time again, but no, the echo.
There are
That
two
should have
ways
clicked
to
with me.
see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
Speaking quite fluently.
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Oh.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
They had a shared consciousness?
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... How?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So, what is your opinion?
It seems like his goals were exactly what he told us. Wouldn't wish for the final days. Hermes' gentle soul, and yet I couldn't say just by this moment alone. Based on that, I would say Hermes doesn't wish for the final days. But there is an aspect about him that it's related to, I don't know. I kind of want to say the first one, but I already know that. Well, the problem is the Hermes we know before all this, the Fandaniel, was not Hermes. That he was more the Alagon individual that was a shard of Hermes and didn't really make actions based on what Hermes would have done, but more on his Alagon self. One bad day? Yeah. It's all it takes for someone to break. And that's kind of what I see as well as...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I think this is the right moment. I think this is the right moment.
One often meets his destiny on the road he takes to avoid it.
That's the thing that came right in my mind. The thing that came right in my mind when she said we should tell Hermes. Not that that's correct, but I don't know. Kinda. I don't know. That brings me concern.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
Fingers crossed we're not leading to the tragedy. There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Kitsis Hyperborea. The largest facility, it stands in Ethoseletikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Shroud? For an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few isles? The answer lies within Kitsis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Neos north of Poitin or Icus. So many names I can't say. That'll be faster. Oops. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. No need to worry. This appears to be the teleporter Vinay told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air suggest the device was recently activated. Ah, good. The Neos acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. Earth for the way to Kitsis. I don't know if this is one of the times the K is silent. Kitsis Hyperborea. We follow this path and then turn left at the crossroads. Riding on a highway. Making waves like a gouge. Yeah. Still yonder. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask for Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. It's Emmett Silk. He's mad. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Mateon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the Chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was the inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced in perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We should have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I might find it. Theory or prediction. So with the whole time travel thing, I've thought about it a little bit more. So with the whole can't change it, meaning if we take that seriously, it's not really okay, hold on. So if I'm not misunderstanding anything thus far that has been explained and thus has been posed, we're dealing with temporal certainty theory, which means we were always meant to go in the past, and whatever we did always happened. So, if we go by that, which I love it when that's the theory that's used because that's the easiest to write with, the temporal certainty, with that. And then we look back at Emmett Selk, as he pointed out himself, why would I invite someone to come and kill me, essentially, and disrespect my brothers by making an illusion of Amarat. From that, maybe everything we're doing here in the past is actually setting up what happens in our own timeline. Perhaps everything we went through with Emmett Selk was meant to go that way, and he posed himself as the villain posed himself as the bad guy, but made sure to do all the acts that would lead to his death and his defeat by our hands. And if that's the case, that was all to set up the events as they happened to continue to happen. Everything from with the Elpis, everything that we went through up till now through Shadowbringers, all the way to defeating Zodiark, so that we would cause the second coming of the final days, thus justifying us having to go back in time. I could be wickedly overthinking this. I probably am. But that would be really, like, cool. Though I think there's flaws with it. The biggest flaw with it is how the characters in our own timeline have reacted to these events. If what I'm posing is correct, and by our end of our time here in Elpis, we basically set up this grand scheme to ensure that what's happening in our current time happens, therefore leading to me having to go back into the leading Shroud and me to have to go back to that time to set it all up again and then go back. But if that's the case, why did Hades / Emmett Selk react the way that he did when we defeated him? Why was Elpis not... Well, I guess if part of the plan was the secrecy between everyone, this group, Emmett Selk, Hythlodaeus, Vanae... I think I'm overthinking this. Yeah, but I think this is supposed to be a loop. I don't know. I think that's a cool thing, but there might be too many holes in it. Because... enemy... Yes, but I'm allowed to pose it. The reason I'm posing it out loud is if it ends up being correct, I want to have the ability to go, hey, I called it, without people going, no, you didn't. It's like, well, I thought it. Yeah, but how are we supposed to know? You didn't guess it. It's like, so I have to say my predictions out loud, whether they're wrong or not. I need to say them out loud. That way I can be held. That way I can be held accountable, one way or the other. I don't know. That is nuts. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, because that makes sense, because it's temporal certainty theory, so. I just want to make sure you got through Area 5. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not on a clock. It's Sunday. I just keep going until I pass out. Before we keep going, though, I do want to run to the bathroom, because while I was having that prediction, which I think would be cool. Temporal certainty theory is always great. Again, I can't. None of the other theories really work well with storytelling writing, but temporal certainty theory works great. So everything we're doing right now is setting up our future. And Emmett Selk said himself that he wouldn't turn out to be that megalomaniacal madman unless we needed him to be, so to set up what's happening now. I think that's pretty cool. We're setting up that scheme. I'll stretch it while I go to the bathroom. Right, I'll be right back. I am back. And that's what I assumed as well, Symbiaco and Madao. That was my assumption when he first said that. Was when he said can't, I took that as we shouldn't. But if he did mean can't, that means he was telling us what we're about to do, no matter what we do, we always did. So what led to our current timeline always happened. So again, if that's the case, that confirms its temporal certainty theory. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision... There he is, on the next isle over. Matean is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopsis Euros from the device at the bottom. So many names. Right. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Shroud, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only here to press him on the Vandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Shroud can handle them. He did survive a bout with Vinay, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Gotcha! Nature calls? Alright. Go to the bathroom. Come at me, foul beasts! Woo, boy! I should really plentiful harvest. One stack increases sacrifice. Okay. I gotta move that to a more accessible button. Damn, all the most accessible buttons are occupied. Let's try that. I apologize. How do I like Reaper? Reaper is my favorite DPS class. And more or less, outside of Dark Knight, it's definitely my main class. Sorry, outside of Dark Knight. Yeah. Dark Knight I have more practice with, though. The ugly beast! Foul deeds await. Alright, where are you? Where are you? Fan Daniel. Well, homies. Ah, come on. Alright. Where are you, fun? And damn it. Wait, I circled the whole thing. I didn't see him. Alright, so I checked the perimeter. I didn't see him along the edges. He doesn't appear to be center. Under a rock? No. Not yet. In due time, for sure. Ah, there they are. Shroud, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmet Selk company. Ah, an important matter. And unrelated to my decision on Fandenia, you say? Then yes, I will come. As soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise. You should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Mobiles. Morble. Hythlodaeus, I returneth to thee. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of the hungering gardens, as well, I see. Or should I say, smell? I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmet Selk who would recreate Amarot in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that is. Well, according to Elpis, it is written in stone. Again, if we can take the can't thing is a more of a shouldn't. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
The final days.
Heavy delivery.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
Oh, fuck.
May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Oh no.
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Okay, so the villain in question is
Steady, Meteon.
possibly
Steady.
aliens?
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much.
So the final days is kind of like an attack.
Why?
Or am I totally misunderstanding?
Why do we... They hurt. 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 This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Alright, so if maybe I'm thinking too physical. Maybe when we're talking about something outside of Aetheris, perhaps maybe not alien in the sense of from another planet. Oh wait, that wouldn't make sense because Bendenio made the Metea to traverse the stars and find other species and kind of connect back to us. It seemed like just then one of her alternate sisters, connected with one, and then shared a connection back. using the Matea as a communication system. Now I don't know if that's alien. Maybe that's maybe it is aliens, but maybe not like. We already know aliens are a thing. Like that's what the dragons are. They're from a completely different planet. So maybe we're dealing with alternate dimension, but if that's the case, why would it contact through the Matea? Because they didn't travel, as far as I know, they didn't travel between dimensions. They were just sent out into space, essentially. Yeah, Omega was as well. Yeah, exactly. She must be elsewhere. Calm your mind, your senses questing for any hint of Matea's presence. It seeps into my mind, our voices reporting. No, no! Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Tan's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Unless it's not contacting through her sisters, but just simply using the connection she has to them, kind of like hijacking a phone line. Don't necessarily need to actually be in direct contact with the others, just need to know how to connect to the connection itself. And that creepiness about wanting to be friends, like how literal do we take that? They actually want to be friends, but their way of actually doing so creates the final days, or? Because we've already, at the very least, Emmett Selk has predicted that there's a villain involved, based on it being ascertained that someone or something has to intend the events we're going through right now to happen. Like the final days is caused by something. / someone. And the most detail we got there is that it's from outside Theros. That tells me, like, aliens. Like, I know, like, the term, like, keep in mind, I'm being loosey-goosey with the term alien. That can apply to the ultimate dimension. That can be applying to an etheric creature. Well, or in this case, maybe a dynamis, living or beheld creature / being. Or it could be a time thing. I mean, they were talking about... Yeah, that's why I'm thinking aliens. Because they were literally sent to go out to other planets, and they're using the connection to send a message back. It's trying to catch even the faintest whisper from the voice. Okay. Well, I'm gonna let it explain itself. Doesn't mean I've explained this to you guys already. I voice my predictions that way. If they end up being true, I can say I was right without you guys questioning it. I have to voice it. I have to voice my thoughts, or otherwise they're not real in the moments of revelation. If I kept them all up here and I kept, I said I was right, y'all wouldn't believe me. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no. We can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Please, don't follow me. Batan's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing the top of the ridge. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be! Batan's anguished voice drifts away from the south. You strain to catch even the faintest. Okay, she must answer. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Atheros. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Shroud, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Matean's anguished voice. Or maybe it's not aliens. Maybe it's Matea. Maybe it's the Matea. Maybe they found something or encountered something out there in the world. Out there in one of the other worlds. Wait, no. That would go. A part of that would go in line with Fandaniel's, with what Elpis said before about Fandaniel, the original Fandaniel having aided, having aided in the in the delaying of the final days. That would make sense if it's caused by the Matea, and the Matea, because we already know that at least with, oh god, if that ends up being the thing, that's gonna be one hell of a twist. Because we already know that they influence and are influenced by Dynamis. So, but how would the Matea do something as crazy as the final days? Matean's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Matean? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupts its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Matea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Matean, we just lost. We have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell his sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. If that theory is correct, and it's the Matea themselves that are causing it, that begs the question, is it intentional or not? I mean, Emet-Selch did say we had a villain on our hands, and it was posed that someone was doing it on purpose, but maybe there is a level of accident involved? And I'd hope so. I really don't want Matean and her sisters to end up being our enemy. It would suck. Oh, my dear Matean, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Follow, wander, stumble, listen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Matean renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a survey of ether? Much how Emet-Selch solidified your presence when first we met. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Shroud will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Matean's likely location, you proceed to review our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leith. Assuming she is made visible, it should provide no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Shroud and Emet-Selch will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while we others predict and obstruct Matean's avenues of escape. Emet-Selch and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Matean and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Alright, so he's accompanying us, so, okay, yeah. Escort mission. Yay! Escort mission. Nothing this way. We try another route then. Calm your mind, says okay. Why can't I fly? My function's being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide then, where no one can find me. Jan's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake? As if this weren't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of the drop by climbing down the rocks to the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear, I will feed you to a remora. Well, aren't you a pleasant fellow? Wet robe contest? Not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Matan. We will hear your report, good or bad. Shroud, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. We'll break him, his poor fragile heart. Ah, it's related to Hermes. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into the midst. Kinda tense. I say I'm really tense. Like a rock. Seriously, put some coals between my ass cheeks right now. You'll get some diamonds. Jesus Christ. If nothing else, they know how to build up tension. Wait, shouldn't... Oh no, I guess... Okay. There, I see her. She's making a run for it. Chase after her. Get the hound dogs. My town. Freeze, damn it. Freeze. Tackle my town. A joke just popped in my head, but it's incredibly inappropriate. So, not in a creepy way. It's a police brutality joke, if you're wondering. It's just not appropriate. It would be a fitting joke, just not an appropriate one.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
What a majestic mount. How the fuck do I get that mount? Aww, only the pre-order. Well, that's 6. Upgrade? I don't have the money to upgrade my plan.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry.
Oh, shit.
If someone can hear these words, then please... Please, protect them. Protect them all.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings.
Fuck.
All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across Star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified.
Two
Tria.
dead worlds.
Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities, recovered. No extant life forms found. Only their lingering essence.
Okay, I'm seeing a trend here. So each of these worlds were populated, had civilizations, but so far we're 3-0 for the civilizations are wiped out. Possibly by the same final days we're about to deal with?
Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
Then again, I'm assuming it's the final days that caused these civilizations to be eradicated. According to that, though, they was specified a plague, so it could just be a case of they all just happened to be wiped out, not necessarily related to the same thing we're dealing with.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict.
Okay.
Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
So so my theory, the Metia are the source of the final days has just gotten stronger.
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Oh, shit.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
The plot ever thickens. Ugh.
You fool!
Great. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to the ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has headed to the Ktisis. Considering the expensive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Vanar? Shroud? It is clear we stand at the precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt what Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. To Ktisis Hyperborea we go. I don't really agree with that, DeJungle. I don't really think you get more context, you just get more fluff. Now, more fluff can definitely help color it a little bit more, but context is a very different meaning. Context means you actually have holes in logic and holes in the information provided, you know, closed up, like they fill in the gaps. That's context. Context is like the actual details that matter quite substantially. Every time I've spoken to NPCs, especially when I did it majorly during Shadowbringers, 99% of the time, it was at best them stating the obvious, or them giving a quick opinion on the situation. Neither of which is, I would define as context. I would simply define them as fluff. Like, they add to it, but they don't add needed information. At least none that I've ever encountered. Buckled in? I mean, I suppose. have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarum was sounded and Catesis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything, and everyone, else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond an ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. She's an all-rounder. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emetselk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing. We can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. So they're pre-establishing the trust system here. Your tale led us here, Shroud. So, 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Metion. And then we will face the future together. Catesis Hyperborea, now accessible. Alright, so it's a dungeon. I figured as much, but... Yeah, but we kind of learned that the names of Ascians, the names that we thought they were going by before all this was actually titles. We learned that forever ago. That wasn't information that you learned from extra detail. The main story itself tells you that over time. Anybody, Captain? Alright. Gonna go with trusts? No. As I recall, as I recall correctly, trusts don't matter with me anyway, because as it is, I focus on fighting in dungeons. I focus on doing my rotation. I don't read dialogue. Dialogue is like, you're asking too much from me as a player to ask me to read dialogue in the corner while I'm doing stuff. Like, if you guys were with me when I was doing role quests, you got, like, I believe it was Super Swiper that bitched and moaned about it the most. But just whining and whining and whining and whining continually about how I wasn't reading the dialogue and how dare I not read dialogue, that kind of thing. I'm not going to apologize for that. So for me, the trusts don't really work in the sense that they're supposed to, because the whole point of doing a trust over doing a dungeon normally is to get that necessary extra info. You know, is to read the dialogue that they say during the events of the dungeon to get anything extra out of it. I don't do that. So, you know, I just don't even bother with it because the point of doing it, I can't benefit from, personally. Alright, so, let's see here. Invite to party, Lauren. Invite to party, invite to party. Alright, so we need a tank. That's about it. In the face. And tank. I already invited you. Alright, I'll send another one. This time, respond to it. When I send you an invite, I'm offended when you don't accept it. Alright, I'll send it a third time. Can't locate character. What? Alright, hold on. Where are you? Hey, you're right there. There we go. Alright, now let's queue us up. Alright, clear. Yeah, I'm cleared out everything else. Boom. Let loose the lions. Apparently.
Please, turn back! Else I might be forced
To fight us? That's your choice, brother. Hurry up, bunny boy. Keep her butt moving. be doing the big pulls. Bastard! It's called cheating, you're running away! Bitch. Alright, take this. Boom! Oh, Jerry. And the trick to that one's pretty easy. You just gotta follow the footprints. It is a clever mechanic, though, to use footprints. But that worked out nicely. Ooh. Oh, crap. I want to roll need. Shit. Whatever. Damn it.
I'm warning you. Stay away!
Hermes? It's nothing personal. I would really should be dealing with this problem. Almost ran ahead of. That would have been bad. Those. Second boss. Alright. Drop 2 of the dots on him. Oh shit, I had that one. Boom. Alright, anything good for me? Alright, overall need on that. Everything else is greed. There we go.
I cannot let you take Meteon. Not yet.
Alright. Yay! Sorry, I couldn't help myself. We're making pretty good progress. Boing, 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 boing. Alright, well, what's going on? How about y'all, if you're enjoying the stream, please leave me a big, fat, juicy, yummy like. I always appreciate the likes. Yeah, support the stream, leave a like, subscribe if you're new to the channel, you know, all that wonderful stuff. It's a thing.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Alrighty. Final boss time.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Okay.
Dancing wind, pierce my foe! Stars on high, wall and rain!
Oh, shit.
Of ether! Surge is one!
Oh, shit.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall and rain! one! Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet. No! My power!
That was a fun dungeon. Worm? We have a worm minion. Alright. You did your best, lad. Too bad your best wasn't enough, but, you know, you tried. Well. You wanted worm? Oh. I don't think I got it either, if it makes you feel better. Nope, I didn't get it. Do the worm? No, I don't. I think that's a wave. I don't. I can't actually do the worm dance. Django, you still on about that, dude? Are you a bit obsessive? Okay, most of the extra dialogue is fluid, but wait, you seriously are on the same subject, really? Dude, I went through a whole dungeon, and you still had it on your mind? Obsessed much? Yeah, most of the extra dialogue is fluid, but it's good stuff. I know the name and purpose of every one of the convocation. Do you? Oh, wow, you're puffing your chest off about this, aren't you? I know the name of every one of the convocation. Do you? Well, no, I don't. Do I need to? No, I don't. Do you? It's not necessary, perhaps. It is worth knowing. Do you not think so? Depends on your opinion. If it affects the story, yeah, it's absolutely necessary to know. Outside of that, no. And with that being said, do I need to know what everyone else does other than Vinay, other than what Emmett Selk does, Hythlodaeus? Hell, I didn't really even need to know what they do, but it's good to know. Elidibus, you know, these are all necessary characters, and therefore their roles are necessary to know to a degree. But all the nameless other members of the 14, assuming it doesn't directly relate to the events of the story, I would say no. Is it nice to know? Yeah, it's good to lore. It's good lore. It's good fluff pieces, but it's just that. It's just fluff. So I get it depends on what you mean by is it worth knowing. Is it worth it for your own, like, universe knowledge? I mean, yeah, again, if you want to know the fluff details. But as long as it has no direct effect on the narrative, sorry, I didn't finish pronouncing it weird. If it doesn't have a direct effect on the narrative of which we are experiencing, doesn't really matter. And yeah, Kiwi said it in the in-game chat with me. Who cleans the bathrooms? Exactly, like, it's cool to know, but it's not important. It's not necessary. So, again, depends on what you mean by worth knowing. If you define worth knowing as in relevant information to the narrative, no, absolutely not. Worth knowing just out of curiosity, absolutely. It all depends on what you want to know. And if you learned all the names of all the members of the convocation through the dialogue of this trust, guess what? This conversation is completely pointless because whether I had done the trust or not, I still would walk away not knowing the names of the names and roles of the other members of the Convocation. If you're referring to a Lodestone story, I can look that up in my own time. If you're talking about just simply dialogue with characters in between that aren't directly quest givers, that I could look up, but again, it's just fluff details that if I want to know, I can do it all again. There is this magical thing called New Game Plus as well. That's another reason why I'm not too worried about missing some side details that are fluff pieces. If, you know, if we were playing WoW, for example, and if I'm going through an area and I know I'm never coming back, never talking to these NPCs again, and I know it's an insult to compare WoW to FF, but follow me here. If I was playing through playing through WoW, and there was a side quest, or maybe just a dialogue piece you could learn from a fluff character, like if it worked like FF. If it did, it doesn't. But if it worked in a similar system, and I couldn't go back and repeat the conversation or repeat the fluff pieces, I would be more concerned. Like, I'd be like, oh no, that's information I can never see again. But there's New Game Plus. Not available 6.0 yet, and it doesn't need to be. That's the thing. Like, that's a non sequitur Mega Strike. It's not a point in this conversation. It's going to be available, unless I missed something where they said, no, there's going to be no New Game Plus for 6.0. There's going to be no New Game Plus for Endwalker for whatever reason. If that was the case, then I would worry about it. But it's a non sequitur in the sense that that has no bearing on it, because eventually there will be New Game Plus. And if I'm still curious, when New Game Plus comes around, I'll go back, do all the conversational fluff pieces, walk away. But yeah, regardless, whatever information is learned through trusts, I just simply wouldn't benefit from anyway. Again, that's why, you know, that was, as much as it was bitching, Super Sideswiper was correct. I was missing what the NPCs were saying during the role quests, because I don't read, I can't do that. I can't mix my brain up like that. I know some people are able to divide their attention very, very well. Like, they can focus on doing their rotation and you know, and keeping out of mechanics, while at the same time reading, like, so little side info like that. I can't. So again, the trust system is pointless. As for talking to NPCs on the side, I can do that, but I'm also trying to go through things expediently. I have a limited time to stream every single day, and though I want all the details, it's more important for me to get the necessary information, and anything that's fluffy, like that, I can look up in my own time, or simply go back and experience it later in the future through New Game Plus. I'm planning on replaying through all of A Realm Reborn, all of Heaven's Ward, all of Stormblood, and Shadowbringers, and Endwalker, not only on my side character, which is for the Machinima, that being Seamus. For those of you who know that Machinima, for those of you who don't, go check it out on the channel. It's the channel trailer. But you know, I have Seamus, and while I record footage for him, I'm going to be playing through the story as Seamus. So because of that, though you guys won't see it, I'm recording, because I'm recording everything with, you know, second-handedly without the dialogue and everything hidden away. That way I can probably record the Machinima. That being said, I'm still going through it again with him, so anything sidewise I missed, I can just check out and relearn it all. So if there's anything I missed, I get to go through slowly again with Seamus. Plus, again, New Game Plus. For anything I don't want to do or won't do with Seamus. It's kind of the beauty of having that second character. Though his main point is to record machinima footage, I can kill two birds with one stone. You know, I can fill in the blanks of what I'm doing now. There. That's the beauty of it. You know, so don't stress about it. Don't worry about it. And yeah, kind of leaves it at that, really. Makes that easier. Push the DPS button until they die. You can enter the Endwalker dungeon solo and explorer mode, so trust isn't even necessary for that. Yeah, but the reason where trusts are being brought up in this conversation is your trust companions say things while you go through the dungeon that's story related, and sometimes that can include fluff information. Sometimes. You pity Hermes? I mean, I do too. He's not having a good day. ready for some of the best cutscenes in the game once you exit this dungeon? Oh, joy. Yeah, and you're allowed to have your bias, the jungle, but I've already explained the matter, so drop it. Don't worry about it, don't stress about it. I get that you have your preference and would like me to read all the side information, but I ain't got forever. I save time for rants, and that uses up that time to read every little bit of dialogue. Alright, anyway, I'm gonna get booted from the dungeon if I don't exit, so let's hop on out and move on, shall we? You feel annoyance? I pity him a little bit. I am annoyed that he ran off and was like, yeet, with to hear all the reports, but I don't know, maybe what's about to happen will change my mind, but up till this point I feel pity for him.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
So you're being forcefully elected. What was that? We were asking if you... Oh.
I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory.
That's an important... I like that. I like that little addition there.
One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future.
Well, I shouldn't say I like
themselves.
that. I like the message in part of that.
One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live.
A lot of important lessons of extremes here.
Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would
never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
Fuck.
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
There is no need to struggle in vain.
So that theory has been confirmed.
Naivety awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Great. I'm not happy about this.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
Apparently.
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, it does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Ah.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Katisis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's how that happens.
Erase the memories of all events. And replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hithodeus. Metion's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Okay.
Hermes? Won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
And she and her sisters are going to the very end of the universe.
Execution.
So wait, does that mean we're getting to them
No
this
time for
expansion?
brooding. Listen well.
Or is that a later thing we're
Beyond
going to be
lies a
handling?
spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building.
We already know the moon's a spaceship, so.
I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
Oh, God.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am.
At least you're sorry. Your future...
Can I let you escape?
Never mind, fuck you.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
Okay.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
God, I love these
I'm
guys.
quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
Oh, they're gonna hit me here, aren't they?
Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
The real tragedy there is how far he falls. So no, like my earlier theory about Emmett Selk and the whole plan thing, it might still be true on a subconscious level that he wanted us to beat him, but consciously, yeah, Emmett forgets this moment. So no, the megalomaniacal evil guy we meet, that is unfortunately Emmett Selk, Hades having fallen. Damn. He was such a great guy. This makes his fall into that megalomaniacal asshole we meet so much worse.
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
So the only two people who remember this moment are us and Vinay.
Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Ah. Ugh. Hey, they're silent. I mean, yeah, but I think it more comes to the horror that her and her sisters saw. Like, to the point where they came to the conclusion that life has no meaning and that it needs to be eradicated. What became the others, I wonder? So what now? And as it is, I'm not happy that whether we get, I think is I have no idea like where the hell this expansion is going to end off on. Maybe us hunting and tracking down the Matean and her sisters is post 6.0, maybe that 6.1 or and on stuff, possibly, and that the rest of this expansion is just simply getting getting the fall of mankind, getting the final days on Atheris wrapped up and getting it solved. I don't know. Don't tell me. Obviously, you guys know. You guys are finished. You guys know where the 6.0 part of it ends off on. But I'm gonna say I'm not happy that we have to hunt down Matan and her sisters, and I guess we don't have to, but well, maybe we do have to. All things considered, it's not a happy prospect. Actually, the thing is, I was worried when we first met her that she was gonna die, and that was gonna cause Hermes to go nuts at some point. But what happened was worse. It was way worse. What became the others, I wonder? I think it's... So what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
Oh, that might help justify a little bit why, that might, okay, oh, cool. That might, so wait, that means when we killed, or, well, for the most part, when we killed and defeated, Hades / Emmet Selk, when he came and saved us against Elpis, assumingly as a ghost spirit thing, that was him with the old memories intact.
If true,
that explains why he saved us.
Then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
God damn. This makes everything suck so much more, though.
For a while.
Ah.
After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Fuck. All this makes everything so much worse. Like the fall Emmett goes through, and the context now that provides that's why he saved us against Elpis. Oh, that makes that hurt a little bit. That makes that hurt pretty sourly. Oh, damn it. That brings a whole new context to that moment where Elpis is like looking out and sees him do the flamboyant snap and wave along. Oh no. Shit. Remember that we once lived? Yeah, that moment in particular too. God damn, the tragedy is multiplied. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more entelechies. He poured much of himself into Mateon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that. Had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Matea would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. You mean I had to... Yeah, okay. Yay! Level 89. One more to go before max level. Fuck me. Shroud, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. We must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of the Propylaeon. God damn. Alright. How much do they have dying? No. Yeah, I noticed the name of it. I noticed the name. God damn. God, I love the writing. And they handled time travel perfectly here. Again, with temporal certainty theory, with all of what we've just done, we always did. God. That's how you do time travel. The multiverse theory, in my opinion, invites way too many problems. And questions in and of itself, so that's why my favorite out of the temporal theories to use for writing like this is certainty. That way, everything that did happen was always going to happen, and that you could not change the future. Everything happened as it was meant to. God. Ishikawa fucking did it again. I'm not even finished, and I'm already feeling like, holy shit. This narrative is insane. It is well done here. Yeah, I mean, most of the time travel that is handled well does fall under that theory, that temporal certainty theory. The moment you start doing shit like, oh, if we go back in time, we can change the future, that is the quickest way to a fucked up narrative. Mainly because the rules are so loosey fucking goosey. And then the multiverse thing creates... the kindest way I know how to put it is headaches. Trusting Ishikawa, you'll hurt, but it's worth it. I have never not trusted her. It's just time travel is something that's hard to write, even for seasoned writers. I don't think it's rude to point that out. But I trust Ishikawa. Even going into this, I figured that she did it well. She's proven she's a very talented writer up to this point. So, yeah, I had very little concerns about it, other than just the concept itself is very temperamental. But they handled it perfectly here. Like, everything is very soundly explained. Like, how all of this happened, yet our future still occurred the way that it did. And, if anything, it enhances the stories of all the previous expansions, and makes the deaths of certain Ascians even more tragic. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking with Vinay, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh boy. Alright. What are you gonna hit me with now? It is recommended you set aside... I have sufficient time. Here we go.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yes, this is where we part ways. Perhaps I should stay and help. I know I know that feeling. I do have that feeling if I want to help. Nah. This is where we gotta part ways. Can't change the future. Gotta just roll with it.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
Oh, most definitely.
I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold.
As dark of a thing as it is, as dark of a thing as it is, it just occurred to me a little bit that that's a pretty unique take about, you know, other planets and stuff in a fictional universe, like them being that fucked up. Normally in fiction, as we see other, like, if they introduce other worlds, whether it's sci-fi or fantasy, typically that's used to expand upon the story or present questions. But very rarely will stories set up this establishment of all these other worlds that, assumedly, are nearby and populated, are all dead. Like, the civilizations there have all killed themselves. Or destroyed themselves. Like, it's kind of a fascinating take on it. It's very nihilistic and depressing, but it's kind of fascinating, because they're kind of closing that door and saying, like, no, it's not necessarily, no. They're presenting, it's a very grim concept, but they're presenting this, like, oh, like, we're kind of like the last bastion of civilization that hasn't destroyed itself yet. Not many, like, other than 40K, and even in 40K, there are other worlds that are populated. So no, not even that one. Not even 40K did something like this, where they just said, hey, other worlds, yes, we did search out and see if there was other life, but we found that each and every place we went was wiped clean. The slate was annihilated. Like, I mean, it's an interesting look at the Great Filter Hypothesis, which is a real scientific hypothesis as to why we have not found intelligent life yet. I know a little bit about the Great Filter Hypothesis. I don't know the exact wording of it, but I have heard that theory. But I don't know how to express how I feel about it, but I find it an incredibly unique approach. Because again, like, I'm trying to rattle my brain right now, and every universe I can think of, every other fictional universe always has other worlds with life on them. Well, this one is saying, no, we're the last line. Everywhere else is gone. It's either destroyed itself or been destroyed by something else. About Midgard? Yeah, even the world the dragons came from is another example. And he also said, Midgard Swarmer said, our world is the last line. It's the last hope in the universe. If we go, we're it. Which is kind of terrifying. Meg, sorry, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you. It was the last bastion of hope. Yeah. It's nuts. It's beautifully written, though. Very well written. Man.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
More gil for the cause.
We might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the Convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead.
Goddamn.
Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise.
She's giving me hope, goddamn.
Fare you well, my light of the future. Till we meet again.
It does sound like you're talking to your mother, doesn't it? It has that vibe to it. I know in a way we are, but still. So you think you're gonna power through to the end? I don't know if I'll make it all the way to the end of Endwalker tonight, but I'm not done finishing my stream quite yet. I'm gonna keep going until I can't keep going anymore. Is basically where I'm coming from. Yeah.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Van Daniel.
Alright, that's his inauguration as Van Daniel. Safe to assume that's when Amratine burned. Amarat, sorry. That's Amratine and like the... Oh, we're not traveling all the way back. Oh, fuck. And Answers is playing, so you know shit's going down.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate.
I get that. I get why, but I don't know. It's so weird seeing them be so casual while everything's burning around them.
Bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
Next. Yeah. Closing the gaps of questions already. That brings a whole new context for why Hydaelyn contained him, though.
Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
That song has all new meaning.
As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Fuck.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
I made us sterner stuff. I mean, it takes a lot to make me cry most of the time. Admittedly. I still felt that one, but I feel like however everybody else out there felt while crying, I felt like that, just minus the crying. Like, to actually draw tears out of me takes a lot. To make me feel what you guys feel when you cry, I'm feeling that. My chest is really tight, I'm very sad. I'm feeling really bad for Hyland right now, / Vinay. But no, it doesn't, tears, it takes an immense amount to make me cry. That was close. It gave it its all. Jesus Christ. Still time? It is. Would you guys say this is the most emotionally hard-hitting point? If so, I don't think I'll cry by the end of Endwalker. It gets so much more emotional? Okay, then quite possibly. You guys might get me to cry quite soon. Like I said, though, I know you guys are... I know a lot of people, not just you guys, but generally speaking, I know a lot of people are like, okay, I need to see the tears to know that this person is feeling very emotional right now. For me, Unfortunately, that's not a reliable, when I cry, you know something's hard hitting when I cry. But just know, again, I felt that. I felt sad as fuck. It hurt. And by God, did I want to cry. But I had all the emotions of what bring about tears, minus the actual, you know, tears. Oh, God. It's heavy shit, though. It's heavy shit. Oh, I feel so bad for Vinay and Heidelin. Like, I can't stress that enough. All that sacrifice, all that fighting through it all. Yeah, that got me to cry, but there was so much build up to that one that got me to cry. Like, it took a lot, though, as you guys recall. That took a lot of build up, and it took a lot of time. Not saying this didn't have build up, it did, and holy shit did they play it off well, but I don't know, it hit different, but it hit hard. No, I don't wonder why. I don't know. I don't wonder. No, I can see it. Oh, God. Man. I do need a second, though. Well, I do need a second, though. This is definitely... That moment is definitely going to stick with me. There's been so many... strong, powerfully written, powerfully built up, powerfully emoted moments in the narrative of FF14. And this is one of the top two, if not towards the very top. It's up there. It's up there. I don't know. I do want to point this out, though, not to throw out shame, but to everybody out there who was like, oh, I don't trust Heidelin, I'm suspicious of her, I think she's really the bad guy, I think... Boy, was that wrong! Holy shit, there was... don't get me, I don't blame anybody, the game did a very good job, and the writing has done a very good job to keep her motivations and what she's up to in very, very vague. And so I can't blame anyone for being suspicious just on the principle of us not having the clear-cut information. But as someone who wasn't one of the naysayers, I said I did believe it was a possibility, but it was never my primary theory. It's everybody who is like, you know what? I don't trust Heidelin. I don't know if I don't know this whole Vinay thing. Like, I'm suspicious. Maybe it isn't Zodiark's that's the bad guy. It's Heidelin. I wonder how many of them are doing right now if they got past this point. Who knows? Maybe we're gonna get to something that will result in something like that. But at this moment, at the very least, I wonder how everybody felt. I wonder how all the naysayers and how all the squinty-eyed, suspicious folks who didn't trust Heidelin feel now. Probably a little guilty. It's like, well, I'm a dick. that would be my first thought. Oh my God, that would be my very, very, very first thought. It's like, well, I'm a cunt. I'm a dick. Yep, fuck me. Well, I'm the asshole. Damn it. You were assessed towards Heidelin too? Yeah, was that your like, I was suspicious, but my primary theory was never that she was the bad guy. That was never, like, my main thing. I just acknowledged it as a possibility, but it was never my main, like, I believe this. If there's anybody watching right now, genuinely, and I'm not gonna make fun of you too much, But genuinely, if you were one of those folks that during that you were like, I believe Hydaelyn is the bad guy. I believe that's going to be a twist that's upcoming. In a way, with how much people believed that, this is actually more of a twist than if she had been a bad guy. Isn't it? Like, isn't this more of a twist than that would have been? I think so. I think in a way this is still subverting expectations because of how vague they had her be. But if there's anyone watching right now who genuinely believed Hydaelyn was a bad guy, how did you feel in this moment? How did you feel right after that revelation? Thank you, Lightning Lunatic, for the super chat, man. Thank you for your super generosity. Well, since my Vinay engagement ring fund now has no purpose, here you go. Well, I appreciate the $10. Though I will hazard you, $10 does not afford you a very great engagement ring.
More gil for the cause.
But but however, $10 is a great super chat, so I appreciate it all the same. Oh god, gave me a moment of doubt. It did to me too. Like that, I don't blame you for that one. That one very much. I was like, that's a female voice. Now I know that that's either Matian or one of her sisters. But regardless, now I know whose voice that belongs to. Although I do want to point out that in that moment, I pointed out that did not sound like Hydaelyn, and that was why I didn't immediately jump to, oh, Hydaelyn is the bad guy, because that did not sound like Vinay's voice actress. That sounded like somebody else. Now I wasn't sure if that was like an alt voice for Hydaelyn. I did have my suspicions, but I'll tell you this: I knew that wasn't Hydaelyn's voice actress. I knew that wasn't Vinay. That wasn't Vinay's voice, so for me, that's what gave me confidence that was a different entity than Hydaelyn. And now I know it's, I have to listen to it again to be certain, but I'm next to certain that was Matian or one of her sisters. Yes, was on that moment. $10 is a gold wedding package, I think. $10 is a gold one. My main theory was that something is going on and can't pinpoint down and tell her openly that I don't trust her is in a bad mood. It was only a moment. Also thought that was the case. Nah, the voice sounded way too young to be Vinay. Yeah, that was my thing, but it was distorted, so I left it open to the possibility it was an alt voice for like an evil Hydaelyn. And I was open to the possibility, but as I said throughout this entire thing, and throughout previous expansions actually, I've never wanted Hydaelyn to be the bad guy. I've always wanted that one, like, godly figure to root behind. So, I'm happy. At least I hope they're not going to pull some shit on me where we still have to fight or kill Hydaelyn, because that tag is still in the back of my mind. But I really hope we get to... I also hope we don't lose Vinay/Hydaelyn as well. That's something I really don't want to happen. I really don't want that to happen either. Voice sounded trouble. Yeah. She has the best dog too. Yeah, Argos is best boy. He's great. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep it up. Uh-oh. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience... Are you guys experiencing buffering right now? Let's give them for anyone else. Yep, you guys are. Great. I don't know. Should I give it a second to settle itself? Or... Oh, yeah. A few tiny ones. Good. It seems to have passed for me. Okay. I've been for a while. Alright, Mega Strike says he's been dealing with it for a good chunk of time. Everyone else is telling me they're only dealing with it a little bit. No, I'm getting it on my end right now. Right now, I'm getting an error message saying there's not enough video. Usually that just means that there's a connection issue. Oh no. If it's passed for most of you, we'll keep going. The error is still up, but I don't think it goes away until the signal issues have resolved themselves. Whole time with ours is the reason he liked you on the moon. Yeah, I know. Like that was an awesome revelation. That's where I don't know if you were here for it, Zerafael, but I had that revelation when he met us, and he wasn't like he didn't want to give us a ride. That's when I said the theory that connection to me connection to me settled that yes, we aren't in some multiverse theory type deal. We were in the past, and generally what we were doing, we were always doing. So. Yeah, that for me is what revealed that to me. All right, so I think the error is gone. So let's keep her going. Let's keep her going, eh? Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Some heavy shit. Shroud? Impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were often the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Live, die, and know. By the way, tonight, I'm going to, like, after the stream, I'm going to be binge listening to answers. And just trying not to cry. Because now I have a very specific image of events going on in my head. So have you learned aught more of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and the why of it, Alize and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus or Menos is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took in a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. Alright, have a good one, Simbiakwan Madao. Have a rest well, sleep well. Enjoy the rest of the VOD when you watch it. In the meantime, Ishola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunal to the people of Radzatan. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel, and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alize, Estinian, and Graha traveled to the Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... the final days have come to Garlemald. Figures. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortunal. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From From what fragments we were able to make out before the Link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Shroud. Please, you must help them. Consider it done. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. The place reeks of death. Yeah, it was not a great place to go for the mood lighting. Apologies. Who thought that was a good idea? By the sounds of it, Fortunal, or just the forum in general. Stop dying. I'm not dying. Just a little on the ill side. Alright, what? So we're at level 88. We're at level 88 quests. So that means we're 2/3 in? Or are we looking more closer to 3/4? Or are we going by eighths? I don't know. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, I have to run to the bathroom real quick. I gotta go pee. I'm drinking too much. It's a problem. It's lit into the call of nature. I don't know. If anyone's wondering when the stream is gonna end, I don't have that planned. I'm just gonna keep going until I run out of energy, or we hit the 12-hour mark. If we hit the 11-hour and 59-minute mark, then I'll end the stream. Then, just simply because YouTube won't continue recording anything past that for me. But we're still going for a bit more. We have quite a bit of time. In a couple hours, I am gonna have to I can't be too rambunctious because the family's gonna be going to bed, and I don't want to wake them. But yeah, you have some left. I know. But I'm willing to keep going for easily another 5 hours, as long as my energy holds out. So, you know, point is, I'm not ending the stream soon. So, just letting everybody know that. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Okay. Hello everyone, I'm back. comfort cookie. You have some left. You have some here. Some Labyrinthos Part 2. Yeah. And if you guys can give me like an hour frame, how long you think it's gonna, like, optimistically, how long do you think there, how much do you think is left in terms of time? Would you guys say it's another 7-hour investment, another 8-hour, 9-hour, 10-hour, something like that? To be fair, a whole zone for me so far has seemingly needed to take, like, quite a bit of time. I didn't know hell is descending upon here, too. It already looked like hell before, now it just looks more like hell. Okay, honestly, 10 hours easily, if you focus. I'm not known for focusing. 3.5 more hours. Well, Kiwi has a very different answer from Tim Bowman. Tim Bowman's like, bro, you got easily another 12 hours to go. Silent 12's like, you got another 12. And Kiwi's like, you could do it in about 3.5. Talk about drastic differences in answers. Got 10, got 12. You could do it in 3.5. You could do it. You know, you got plenty of time. No, you expediently, you got plenty. You got plenty of time. Okay, Jenny's coming in with 6 or 7. Mega Strike's coming in with 3 to 4. These are very drastically different answers. It only looked like hell frozen over before. Now it looks like hell. True. Now it looks like hell that is frozen over. It looks. So you look up, hell. Look down, it's still hell, but snowy hell. 8 hours if you don't let weirdos derail you. Well, then we're not getting through this in 8 hours. We're still gonna go for a while longer. I don't know if we'll necessarily finish Endwalker tonight, but I'm still gonna keep going unless you guys have a perfect like stopping spot. Like if you guys have in mind a spot where to stop the stream, that way the next stream is still like a full one to finish up the story, let me know. But I'm just gonna keep going until other than that, I'm just gonna keep going until I feel like stopping. No weirdos allowed. No weirdos allowed. I gotta go. I'm not allowed in this party. I think you can unlock the next zone. I would call that a good stopping spot. Instant ban for being a weirdo. Okay, well, you have to ban yourself. Perfect stopping point is after the next trial. Right after the credits is the perfect time to stop. Keep going for a bit. Remaining group content will take 4 hours alone. I think of one good spot. Alright. Well, keep the spots in mind to remind me when we come to them. Can you use the new title? The what? I got a new title. I don't know, where is it? What's the new title? Do you guys know the name of the achievement it's attached to? I have a lot of titles. Sorting sub-ID, name, category. Name? Maybe? Could be at the bottom. Lemures. Mains Exite Paterni. No, it is buffering. Why must you do this to me, YouTube? Why do you buffer? The achievement is carrying our song. Oh. Elpis. What does that mean? I guess I'll use it, but I don't know what it means. Elpis. Elpis. Getting 80 Reaper? Oh. What do I get for 90 Reaper? Am I right? No, I'm not wearing all the recommended gear. I could leave those equipped. It would look a little odd, though. It goes against my glamour, but it doesn't look too out of place, does it? It's a little odd, but... Reaper? Nothing. Well, that's depressing. Ring Wraith armor. Okay. Basically means Bearer of Hope, that title. Ah. But I'll take it. It's a good time. I'll roll it. In the UK, as a lurker who has loved watching VODs of your amazing journey, it was nice to catch some of your stream and chat. Be safe and good night. Alright, have a good one, Zeraphil. Get plenty of sleep. Rest well. I really don't have anything that looks good. Does that one look good? It looks ugly as fuck. Alright. Hold on. Because my sense of fashion demands it. There's the nearest. Rods at home. Oh, shit. Oh, you're standing from... I'm sorry. I hopped on over before I looked. I'll be back. Just hold your position there. I'm just applying a glamour. Because I'm a fashion freak. I want to look fabulous. Spectacular, if you will. Just applying quick glamour plate. Apply. Beautiful, beautiful, plentiful, plentiful. Alright, now back to broken glass. Okay, no. Alright, I don't know if you guys can hear this. Due to the